August in Orlando. That means abundant sun and in the Sunshine State. And here at the tremendous Carib Royale Resort, it's all about pool. Whether topping up your tan or watching the livesb.io Florida Open, a major event on the World 9-Ball Tour, this is most definitely the place to be. Day 4 began and continued with victories for a Venezuelan. Jesus Atencio, conqueror of Fedor Gorst in winners' qualification on Thursday, remained fabulously fluent, first drubbing Luong Duc Tien 10-1, then sealing his place in the last 16 by staving off Yannick Pongas. But there would be no quick-fire double for recently crowned World 9-Ball kingpin Carlo Biardo. Playing the opposite of Mickey Mouse pool, Mickey Kraus overcame the Filipino 10-6 in the last 32. Big names did survive into the penultimate day though, among them Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the pride of Spain, who inflicted another blow to the Filipino contingent, overcoming Johan Chur. 2 years ago, FSR found himself in a golden spell as he became World 9-Ball champion, and there was a golden break to complete victory. And in the nightcap, Shane Van Boning stayed in top gear. They call Elliot Sanderson the shouter, but the Englishman was silenced as SVB came through 10-5. On home soil, he's clearly a man on a mission. So this is the last 16 lineup. 40 nations and 4 continents are represented, with an intriguing mix of outsiders, up-and-comers and established stars still vying for a $40,000 first prize. It sets up a wonderful weekend in the City Beautiful, and for Jesus Atencio, it could be a beautiful breakthrough into pools big time.
Jesus, you're in the last 16. You're up against John Morra today. How are you feeling?
I'm really happy to get in the last 16. I'm ready for my match.
Tomorrow there will be a new major winner for the maiden title of the Florida Open. What would it mean to you to pick up that title?
Well, like I said before, it's like a dream. I'm trying to enjoy every single moment, sharing with my family, the whole crown. I want to say thank you to everyone who come to watch all my matches here in Florida. To my family, my country, my friends, and to win a major, it's a dream. I don't want to think about that right now because I'm in the last 16. I want to play match by match, ball by ball, and try to enjoy every single moment.
Well, best of luck today, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jack Mitchell asking the questions. Now, everyone in pool knows the elevated talent level of Atencio. That's yet to be translated into big-time silverware, but the 27-year-old undoubtedly possesses the skills to compete with the very best. The next hurdle for the Venezuelan, John Morra, Canada's leading player. And on the Matchroom stage, he's in the market for a career move of his own. With me for this one, former US Open champion Jeremy Jones, and JJ. I think you'll agree, this is a super way to launch day 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jesus has been a big talk of this tournament. You know, initially beating Fedor Gorst, Robert Capito is the one that knocked him out, but just the way he played and the way he's been playing, you can tell his interview was spot on. And always talked about this kid for many years. I think his upside is as big as anyone's talent-wise. Fundamentally, he's awesome. Not afraid like all the greats. You saw some of those rankings there, and of course, some of that's because of participation for some of these players, but you can certainly see for Jesus and many others, that ranking will go up as it should. 3 other matches kicked off here, along with this main one. Max Lechner against local favorite Anthony Maglino. Who else we got? We got Oy.
Yeah, Oy against Yap.
Against Yap, that's a big one. And then the last one to finish off is the German Moritz Neuhausen against another Vietnamese player making some noise, Trong Quang Lê.
You use the word awesome, Jeremy, and that definitely applies to the attendances here this week. It's blown me away. Every single seat down the flanks of the main two tables taken. And it's a sellout tomorrow as well. This Carib Royale Resort is a simply outstanding venue for world-class pool.
Yeah, I think this iceberg really got tipped last year at the Moscone Cup, and it was a great Moscone Cup, and unfortunate the Americans didn't pull it through, but it wasn't because of the fans. The fans were incredible. And I think it's going to be a landmark here in Florida for 2-3 times a year. You're going to see big turnouts at big events. Now this is going to find the gap, I believe, anyways.
Yeah, Morrow was in early practicing. We've talked about Atencio trying to take his game to a new level. Well, for Morrow, this is a massive match also.
Well, that's the thing about the World 9-Hole Tour. I mean, you could talk about it at the final 64, 32, but certainly the final 16, it always has stories. You know, it always has a little something you can take in with each player. And just looking around here at these 8, I know you feel you could write several paragraphs about the implications of this Florida Open and for every player playing today. Is he trying to break this out here, the 7-9? Yeah, I was wondering about that. Don't think it was that forced, really, but maybe a little bit of a gamble.
One big difference between these two, their schedule. Atencio, an irregular visitor to big tournaments this year. Not so with John Morrow. And without making one individual splash, he's been really consistent. He's had 12 top 10 finishes. Semi-finalist in the Seattle 9-Ball Open, that's a WNT ranking event. Quarter-finalist in the Beasley Open, again carrying ranking points. Last 16 of the Scottish Open. Semi-finalist at the Buffalo's Pro Classic 9-Ball.
You could see shooting righty there just because of the stretch, but it'll be lefty for the most part. And if you don't know his story, besides trying to go a little deeper than what he's done already this year, right-handed player by nature, had some issues health-wise, some pain, and he switched to lefty and has been absolutely incredible to watch. So you'll see him switch hands every now and again.
Yes, it was precipitated, the change, by a shoulder injury in 2018. It's remarkable what he's done. Actually, it's quite interesting because he's told me on more than one occasion his Q Sports hero is Ronnie O'Sullivan, who of course is the ultimate in ambidextrous potting skills. And now Morrow has followed the same example.
Yeah, nice positional shot there to just get nice and tidy. No worry here to get on the board and open this match.
Morrow drawing first blood. So let's take a look at the schedule today, the order of play, how it all pans out. We've got the last 16 in the afternoon session, and then the quarterfinals tonight. Lots of big names out, but also plenty of stories, as Jeremy said. Now, next up on the main table will be Shane Van Boening against Marvin Assis, who's the only Filipino left. We don't very often say that. On table 2, just starting out, Max Lechner and Anthony Maglino. Second up on that streaming table on WNT.tv, it will be Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Emil Gangflo of Norway. FSR, you know, I thought he played some lovely pool yesterday. He beat Earl Strickland the day before that in a rather contentious match, but he seems very happy indeed, and he's one to keep a very close eye on.
And just slowly building that momentum. And I had picked SVB from, you know, a little about 5-6 days before the tournament started. I made a post on who everyone liked and told them who I liked to win the tournament. But I'll tell you, I think he may have his toughest match yet. Maybe his toughest match throughout the event. We'll see how it pans out with Marvin Assis. But Marvin, besides giving up a big lead, I believe it was to Jason Shaw, if I remember correctly, he has really not been threatened too much in this tournament, and a guy that believes in what he does, kind of keeps to himself. But I think Shane's going to have to play one awesome set today to get by that match.
Yes, and the winner of Shane Van Boening and Marvin Assis will play the winner of the match we're watching right now.
Okay, big shot here and that's what you got to do, is make big shots to advance, and should cut it this one. Center of the table fairly open to come up and down for the red 3. Anthony Maglino got off first, up 1-0 on Max Lechner. Oh, that was very clean and confidently struck. Got a little history of that match with Lechner and Maglino. They have played one time before at a big 10-ball event here in Florida, and Maglino, from what I heard, pretty much owned Lechner in that match. Power stroke there to get off the rail and get back out, and settled real nicely here to add a little left spin. Go 2 rails by the 8, coming into the purple 5.
Morrow has been a titleist against tough fields. Won back-to-back Texas Opens in 2016 and 2017. He won the Super Billiards Expo in Pennsylvania in 2016, and he won the Derby City Classic Banks event in 2012.
Yeah, I was there for most of those, not the Super Billiard Expo win, but the Banks and the 2 Texas Opens, which the Texas Open is always a very difficult field.
Former quarter-finalist a decade ago, actually, in the World 9-Ball Championship, so he's been there or thereabouts. Known as Mr. Smooth.
That's got to go a little to make it super comfortable. Should be okay.
Even 7 years on, it seems strange watching him play left-handed. Because, of course, Jeremy and I, when we first started watching John, he attacked it from the other way. just use the word smooth to describe him, Mr. Smooth, the nickname. I think he was a little smoother right-handed. Of course, to make this transition, I think it's an absolutely extraordinary achievement. And it takes a very bold personality to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. That we talked about many times with John or anyone really, that one thing to have the skills, to be able to do it lefty, and I don't even know how much time it takes. Of course, he obviously played some lefty throughout his right-handed career, messed around with it, had to have. But there's been many great left-handed players, and Efren Reyes is incredible. Buddy Hall was incredible. Just many through the years, but to have the mental strength to go ahead and say, I'm going to do this and make this change and try and play with the best in the world like I did right-handed, that's just, oh man, what kind of mental kind of arguments did you have with yourself kind of going through that and making that decision?
Just to repeat, and I'm sorry for this, but I think it really is worth saying, these crowds have been the making of this tournament. It's been so enjoyable here.
One thing for Jesus, he hasn't really, besides that 2-0 deficit he had against Fedor Gors when Fedor scratched in the side, if we all remember, to get Jesus going, he really hasn't played from behind in this tournament at all, for the most part. Had a match with Earl to where it was kind of like neck and neck halfway through before he kind of tore apart from Earl a little bit there, but now a chance for a 3-0 lead, a good chance. I wonder if he'd like to take this in the side. Can he move the cue ball in position for the 3, though? Does he have too much angle? Looks like all these matches are going to start 2-0 for one player. 2-0 to Oy on table number 3. 2-0 to Morris Newhausen on the Matchroom YouTube channel table. That's table 4. And Maglino's got an 8 and 9 to get 2-0 on Max Lechner. Got to avoid the pink here. Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, Maglino tidied up. I was reading on the AZ Billiards website this morning that he recently won a Sunshine Tour event in Sanford, which is just north of Orlando up the Interstate 4.
Yeah, beautiful pool room and a very popular pool room as well. Surprised John tried that. Had to kind of know the ball was going to hug a little bit. Anytime you're hitting somewhat full into a pocket and you hit the ball on the rail quickly, ball wants to hydraulic a bit. I think he's just got to attack here, whether it's on the easy side or letting the cue ball go. He needs a bump on the 8. He's going to get it.
Well, the fact that the pot wasn't clean actually helped him there. Helped him hold the cue ball. Hit it into the thick part of the pocket. Hit it basically as thick as he possibly could to allow the pot to be completed.
Yeah, and I think, from what I recall anyways, that there's only been one lead really overcome on this table. One substantial lead I'm talking about. Nothing like a 1-0, 2-0. And that was Thorsten Homan against Cledio Kachi. Comeback of the week.
Yeah, he was 6-0 down, wasn't he? Homan. An incredible comeback. Kachi, perhaps the most surprising player not to make a single elimination. Other big names who didn't make the last 64, Piers Labutis and Jeffrey Rodder.
Here you'll see going righty. Just a little more natural with the tempo righty.
Switch hitting John Morra hits another home run, 3-0. I was trying to count up actually how many Canadian titles Morra has won, and in the end I lost count. It was almost impossible to chronicle, but what I can tell you is that last year, and indeed this year, he completed the treble. Canadian national titles in 8, 9 and 10 ball. He's a very talented sort. Moritz Neuhausen, the Premier League pool champion, 2-0 up on Trung Quang Le. Naoki Oi, what a great character he is. 2-0 up on Aloysius Shab. We have always talked about how funny he is in interviews, Oi, but I think sometimes it detracts from the fact he's an absolutely terrific competitor.
Yeah, and when he gets it going, and I'm not talking about during one match, it seems like when he gets it going in one match, he kind of really carries it over moving forward. He was down 6-0 also yesterday and 7-1 before reeling off 9 in a row to keep his tournament life moving forward.
The 1 finds the side, the 2 though not working in Morra's favour.
I don't know how much of it he can get at. If he can get at all the 2 ball here, he's got a very doable safety, banging the 2 away by the 5-9 and all that, coming up into the pink 4 with the cue ball. So sometimes he'll shoot this type of shot righty also if he feels like there's some little swerve involved or some type of, you know, extra touch needed. Aquino out 3-0. He let a sliver get away there, but where he was, not too bad.
Maglino, yeah, you're right. Underlining the fact that there really is no place like home. He must be in the field for the US Open next week. Must be.
He usually plays it. So, I mean, he was there last year, and he's been there years before in recent times. So,
I was told this morning he's not a full-time player by any means. So if he were to win this match, I would definitely catch up with him and find out what he does for a living and what his plans are going forward.
yeah, he's definitely, I mean, he's got a full-time job, but don't let him fool you, though. He plays a ton of pool. That's the beautiful thing about this great state. Like many others in the United States, there's plenty going on. Now, for a top player like that, maybe a little more limited than some others, but let's see what John has in mind here. Looks like he's going to bank the 2, try to use the 6 maybe. He got through it nicely. The jump cue is going to be available, though.
talking about Floridian Pool, one of the greats of the game, resided in the Sunshine State for many years. Steve Miserak. He was a roll-tide guy, wasn't he? He went to the University of Alabama, but he spent the latter years of his life in this state.
Yeah, he did. I mean, where he truly became famous outside the game. Resided here in West Palm. Actually, quite a few of the champion players, guys from years ago. And Nick Varner resided here for a while. Mike Siegel, I think, still resides in Florida. And Ray Martin lived down here for a long time. Danny DiLiberto, just many great names.
Will that get Atencio going?
Maybe another bank here to get him going. I don't think he can get at the pocketable angle on the 3 naturally for the corner, but what a bank. A little elevated, so maybe going here. He's going to get safe, I believe, somewhat safe as far as nothing too direct for Mr. Smooth. I'll tell you, John, I mean, talk about that Reyes Cup, right, with the rest of the world. I mean, there's a lot of guys that it's got a possibility now. What about Jesus, the man he's playing?
Well, that rest of the world team in the Reyes Cup could be the equivalent for Poole of the basketball's dream team. The possibilities are endless.
Yeah, and I think you know, there's always those names and those ones that have had that experience in team pool, big atmospheres and whatnot, and it's going to be that in the Philippines. But I just don't think you can continue to ignore what some of these youngsters and guys that maybe haven't had the trophy or the hardware like some other players. I don't think you can ignore the results, really. And is he going 3 rails around? Okay, he's going to play the safety. Thought it was going to be very difficult to get position on the purple 5. Max Lechner to get on the board. You're going to hear some cheers for him, but lots of Maglino fans in the room.
Yeah, Maglino 3-1 up now. Max no longer has the minimum.
Yeah, may have left just a sliver here of the pink, but John doing exactly what you want to do. When you're the one that gets the shots at the beginning and get some opportunities to get that early lead, you don't want to take any silly chances to let your opponent get started, especially a dangerous guy like Jesus. So just keep getting the snookers. Simple snookers will do.
This is the perfect game plan against someone who's inspirational, who's exuberant, who can get on a massive roll and blow you away. Keep him quiet. And that's what Mora is doing very well indeed.
Yeah, make him have to come with a big shot of some sort, something he can't even predict maybe. Is he going at the 9? I think so. And what you have to also do is don't let a little frustration set in. Like, I keep snookering him, but he's not leaving me anything that great. Don't feel like you got to pull off the big shot if it's not there. Like, I know he's tempted to bank this cross side. Such a great banker of the ball. That's a few cell phones gone off so far. We've got to get that addressed. Again, just not trying to leave anything very doable.
That cell phone situation at the Crucible Theatre, Rob Walker's an absolutely phenomenal master of ceremonies. Always tells the crowd before every session, please turn your mobile phones off. And always you have at least one or two ringing.
Well, it was a big kick shot a few days ago. Let's see if he can get it started with another.
The only thing that could be about to start is another dish from Mora.
Yeah, the 6 looks really snug by the 8, but I think it does play. Ball in hand, John should get in a good position.
At the end of this, right, Jeremy, I'll tell you a story about a ringing mobile phone, as we call them, and it is more a confessional than a story.
You may see an occasional or hear an occasional referee announce 10. All four tables on the shot clock today, as they should be. Now this one's a little tight going by the 8, but he's actually pretty perfect to just come one rail down the table to play the brown in the lower right. Anytime you shoot to a portion of the pocket, if you can play a natural on the cue ball, boy, it'll really help. It's gonna fall below the 7, get a hair funny. Should be okay though. All these, though, I think everyone kind of saw that miss from Zielinski yesterday. You saw it, right? These shots from underneath, you cannot take for granted.
Well, forget O Canada, it's O Venezuela. The O being a 0. Big John strikes again, 4-0. Now, Jeremy was just talking about the Reyes Cup. It is going to be the second edition of that event over in Metro Manila later this year. The precise dates, October 16 to 19 at the Ninoy Aquino Stadium. The venue last year when Asia convincingly defeated Team Europe, captained by Box Office Carl Boyers, so efficiently. Yeah, right. Well, anyway, we'll gloss over that and say that now Asia have a much more difficult task, because in order to defend the trophy that means so much to them, they have to beat rest of the world. John Mora has left the arena for a short time, so let's just go over to table 2, where Max Lechner, coming off his victory over Jason Shaw last night, he was 9-6 down, won the last 4 racks. On the comeback trail again against Antti Meglino. 3-0 down, it looks like being 3-2. Other scores, 4-0 for Moritz Neuhausen over Trung Quang Lee, and Naoki Oi and Aloysius Schaap have shared the first 4 racks.
Yeah, it's really baffling at times. Of course, he's made some deep runs in huge events, Max Lechner, but so fundamentally sound and really has improved the swing tempo-wise, in my opinion. I think it's still just a matter of time, even though he's not, you know, one of our real youngsters out there trying to win.
Quickly over to Naoki Oi. Oi, 3-2. So this is the packed arena here. Now, we were told, weren't we, that pool in Florida, we were told by you, Jeremy, that pool in Florida was massive and had got a very deep footprint. Great, but we didn't expect this. This has been a real breakout tournament for the World 9-Ball Tour. An absolutely unqualified success for so many different reasons. The stories have been there, the crowds have been there, and we must also say a big shout out to the Caribe Royale Resort as well. What a venue this is, total class.
Yeah, and you got standing room only right there facing the other way because we have 4 juniors matches going on. Also, we started with 32 down to 16 to start today, and that will finish today sometime this evening.
The Caribe Royale Resort came onto the calendar hosting last year's Mosconi Cup. We didn't know how that would turn out. It was, again, using the same term, unqualified success, and now it is individual pool. They're playing for that very unique trophy, the Golden Palm Tree, the LiveSB.io Florida Open. They're not just playing for the trophy, they're also playing for a substantial amount of dollars and the commensurate amount of world ranking points. The winner gets $40,000, runner-up 16,000, and by making the penultimate day, you're guaranteed at least $4,000. And of course, we go to the US Open the week after next, where the total prize pool will be $500,000, with $100,000 going to the eventual champion. It's a good time to be a pool player. In between, by the way, it's the Battle of the Bull up in Roanoke, Virginia.
Yeah, one of the bigger ranking events. It's not one of these big open fields, but what a class field it'll be. Beautiful area of the country also there in Roanoke.
So while we're waiting for John Morrow to come back into the arena, I'll tell my mobile phone story. So basically, mobile phone rang at an inopportune moment at the Crucible. I was commentating, and I said, it really is disgraceful. People are told beforehand, and yet they leave them on, all this kind of stuff, really criticising the individual who'd left the phone on. About 10 minutes later, another phone rang. It was mine.
Yeah, in a sense, we call that open mouth and insert foot, really, but...
I felt so guilty, Jeremy.
Yeah. More back at it. And you wouldn't call that gamesmanship right there. He probably genuinely needed to go to the restroom, but if he didn't, it's not the worst to let Jesus sit on something that looks not so nice at the moment. Trailing 4-0 and now 5-0. He's got action on that 9 a few times, and now it's deposited in the left middle.
And just like that, 40 minutes after we started the match, Morrow halfway to his target.
Yeah, McLeano puts another on his side after a scratch on the break from Max Lechner. 4-2 there. That score will be updated.
He has lost here, John Morrow. He won his first 2 matches against Brian Rosenberger 9-2, then Eloy Vidal Perez 9-4, before being edged out 9-8 in winners' qualification by Bernie Regalario. But he bounced back by overcoming Connor McFadden. That made it into the last 64, and yesterday he had 2 10-5 wins. One over Jan van Leerup of the Netherlands, and then last night the best win of the tournament for him, 10-5 over Robbie Capito. Capito having just beaten Fedor Gorst in the previous round.
Yeah, and I was watching that match with Robbie and Federer. Obviously, many were, but seems like Robbie really spent a lot of extra energy on that match. There was no shot clock, and there were many times he took what seemed like 4 to 5 minutes before making the decision and pulling the trigger. Of course, he wanted that win, but a guy like Robbie's got to think, I'm here to win the tournament as well. Tell you what, he's coming close to the bottom of that 9 ball, seems like every time.
The Max Lechner comeback on table 2 has been halted. Anthony Maglino now 4-2 up.
Yeah, John going to try and play that simple snooker. He's got a few options. Does he bring him behind the 3 as the 1 comes down table? Probably. He let that go. Tried to get a little too much there, in my opinion. Tried to get up on the 3 instead of just settling for the snooker itself. He's also opened up an issue with the 5-6. So a big moment here in this match. And you can tell a bigger moment for Jesus Atencio.
This is a player who's capable of winning 5 racks in a very short amount of time. But he's got to make the most of this. Just to get that cue arm lubricated, just to get the feelings that, yeah, I can still get the job done.
It's okay, a hair thin on the 3. Should just be able to come back 2 cushions. He wants a little angle on the purple, or excuse me, the pink 4 to get onto the purple 5. Falls straight. I don't think the 5 passes the 6. Is that enough? Is that enough to move over? I don't know. He may have to go forward now and play the 5-6 combination. I don't think the 5 passes. Possibly it does. Oh, nice clean strike. Slowly moving the cue ball in position.
Up until this rack, the safety of John Morra had been watertight. But the dam broke at the start of rack 6. And now we're wondering, will it be a torrent of racks for Atencio?
Yeah, it certainly could be. Breaks the balls very well. Has been breaking well here at the Carib Royale. And wants to just get these 2 down to get to that breaking end. Morris Newhausen with another one on his side. 5-0 is his lead.
Yeah, one of those players you know capable of breaking through. Jesus Atencio, one of those players you know is capable of fighting back. Well, he's off the mark. Morra's lead reduced to 5-1. It is now 3-3 on table 3. Naoki Oi and Aloysius Schaap had the feeling that might go quite close, actually.
Yeah, as it should, you would think, given the opportunity. And talk about opportunity, Maglino seems like he's breaking better and better. Just poured 3 in on the break. He's straight in on the red 3 ball to get to a 3-game lead. All 3s for Maglino.
Yeah, and Maglino, if he does come through that, would play either Oi or Yap next. We talked about Newhausen being 5-0 up. Well, if he does win, he will play either Alexa Pachelch or Nikki Kraus in the quarterfinals. Emil Gangflo or Francisco Sanchez Ruiz would take on David Al-Kaidi or Chang Yulong. So the bosom buddies Al-Kaidi and FSR might be going head-to-head.
He's missed the 1. Not what he wanted to see for his first break here. Maglino, little chink in the armor, missed a pretty easy 6 ball, so Max Lechner's got a shot. It's going to be a push shot for John Morra. We've done a couple of his matches here on the main table and don't recall but a couple times him missing the one on the side.
It really is a remarkable story. Anthony Maglino, but getting the better of Max Lechner, make no mistake, will not be an easy task.
Yeah, big shot here. One that Max usually excels at. Trying to really dig on this cue ball with some low right spin, trying to come across for the black 8 in the upper left. Yeah, really good. And he's going to get near the rail, though, so definitely a tester. And John's pushed out to a jump shot and got it back. He'll take that from nowhere.
Well, that wasn't part of the master plan. If he could play a jump shot with that level of precision, he'd never lose.
Yeah, real solid 8-ball there also from Mad Max Lechner. No one cruises to the final 64 more than Max, I think. I mean, his score lines getting to that single elimination are just really second to none, but I think that big comeback last night against such a great player in Eagle Eye, I think that'll serve him a lot of purpose moving forward.
What a spectacular shot. And the lovely kiss on the 9 facilitates shape on the 2.
A little light there. Shouldn't necessarily hurt him, but definitely makes this a hair more missable. Makes you want to add that little bit of right spin also because you got thin, so you got to be concerned with the lower right corner. Looks like he's just going straight high. Confident stroke. Mad Max with a golden break to tie that match at 4 apiece.
Yeah, no stranger to golden breaks in Matchroom events. I remember he made multiple golden breaks during a World Masters one year.
Yeah, had us questioning the break rule, to be honest. He had made so many.
So Lechner with that golden break has got back to 4-4 with Anthony Maglino. Aloysius Shap hits the front against Naoki at 4-3. And here, Atencio's revival looks like continuing.
Yeah, so solid cueing the ball. And Morrison Newhausen has a chip in 9 to go up 6-0, but watching that match, because we have all 4 screens here, don't know a lot about his Vietnamese opponent. He just hasn't performed yet. He's had chances. That got a little closer quarters than he wanted probably here on the 9.
5-0 becomes 5-2. Atencio back in the reckoning. So here we're witnessing a match between Venezuela and Canada. On the other tables, Germany, Vietnam, Austria, the USA, Singapore and Japan are represented. This is the last 16. Look at the rankings next to the players as well, so plenty of quality here. Le Trung Quang, 625 in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings. Anthony Maglino, 142. And a couple of other players outside the top 100 as well. I think it's a really intriguing mix. What strikes me, Jeremy, just how cosmopolitan it is. 9-ball pool, internationally, is wonderful.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a sport out there that really has played more worldwide. Those rankings will change in many positive ways for those players at the end of this week.
Yeah, and one note about the forthcoming US Open in Atlantic City. Right now, as I speak, 50 nations will be represented there.
Lots of little kisses around the racking area. The one did get deposited in the upper left. Caught a little high to the pocket. That's where he missed it in his first break. He's got a good look at the two. Not really much of a pocket to shoot at, though.
Still trying to digest the fact that Trung Quang Lee is 625 in the world. He won't be after this tournament, of course.
Looks like a pretty easy safety here, maybe just floating over behind the 6. Nice, let this leak out a little bit. It's the type of shot you got to really commit. Just knowing the 2's not going to go that far up the table to hold the cue ball behind the green 6. Now John may shoot at this to the upper right, excuse me, and swing the cue ball off the left side rail, the top rail, and back down. Safety is very difficult, so why not?
With so many tables in close proximity and so many shot clocks, it can get a little confusing, can't it?
Yeah, but I think John's are the only ones with the beeps. I think everything else is run handheld by another referee on tables 2, 3, and 4. I may have to cut at this. That may just be all he has of seeing the 2 ball.
On table 2, Max Lechner is now ahead. 5-4 up on Anthony Maglino. It was all about the 7 ball, the 9th rack. Maglino messed up and Lechner did the rest.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an issue because he can't shave the 3 and run. The pocket's in the way. If he has a bank here, I think he should shoot at it, to be fair.
The magic of previous matches not quite there yet for Atencio.
Yeah, Fancy didn't make that really. He's so good with the jump cue. Now I wonder if John tries to play this pink and sends the cue ball at the purple 5. A lot of times you don't want to play a two-way in that sense, but if it's natural, and the pink is so difficult, why not take a chance at making the 5 also? Could be problems if you made them both, but really, I thought he made it when he first hit it.
There's no doubt the pendulum is swinging. You can just feel it out there.
And he'll just stick for that gap between the 8 and 9 to be able to flick the green 6 in the middle. That'll track the cue ball 3 rails at the brown 7.
Getting into this, the juices are flowing. The support is definitely there. And that's 3 racks in succession for Jesus Atencio. At 5-3 it was looking a little bleak. There was cause for concern. Still is, I suppose, but he's now very much back in the contest. Another rack on the board for Moritz Neuhausen on table 4. 7-0 up on Trung Quang Lee. Table 2, much closer.
10.
But Lechner at the moment on a roll.
Yeah, a couple big mistakes in 2 games in a row there for Anthony. The 6 ball and the 7 in the next, and got through the tough parts of the rack and just easy. How touchy and our sport is. Easy to let one slip, and he's let a couple slip, and now Max putting some momentum together. Big breaker of the balls and such a great player. Still baffling how he hasn't gotten in one of these big majors.
This has got nothing at all to do with pool, but I'm going to say it anyway. What a nice guy, Max Lechner. Smashing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's got a little bit to do with pool, though, to be honest with you, Phil. I think there's a lot of great guys out there in the pool world. A lot of the players are just fun to be around, and you almost have to have it to, it's a tough livelihood, to travel so much, be gone, fighting for your life in such a fickle game as 9-ball. But I really love the era guys here these days, true competitors.
Well, I'm very lucky to be working with you, Scott and Carl, your vast knowledge. Same with Scott, and the modesty of Carl Boys every day comes in, and he's so humble, isn't he?
Yeah, you got to wade your way through a few things with us 3, but the pleasure's all ours, Phil. Okay, can he reach it? He's got the extension on. 5-6 up the table's a little bit of an issue. Can he kill the ball here? That would be nice. That one got away. What happens when you're putting extreme spin with the extension, you get a little more weight on the cue. Sometimes you deflect a hair more with the right spin. You deflect a hair more to the left, and that's almost always the miss with the extension with side spin, just a little heavy.
In the modern world we're in, Jeremy, I try to say nice things about my colleagues, and Of course, I get it in the ear now from the producer. Why didn't you mention me, he says. Will does a really good job. Is that okay?
Yeah, there's tons behind the scenes that these fans will never know about. Even the players at times don't realize, I think. All right, wants to split these a little bit, just mildly, real calm. Okay, that'll work. Huge game here. I mean, this is no giving this out. He's got a little steep on the 5. Might have to work the cue ball. He could just elevate a little bit and pinch this. That's what he'd prefer. He's not hitting down, so he's moving the cue ball around the table.
All that Czech English worked a treat in terms of avoidance of other balls.
Just feel like it's a huge, huge game right here.
And that was very, very poor. And I think indicative of the pressure that Mora is feeling.
Yeah, well, you look back to the safety he missed, trying to get maybe a little more out of the safety than he should have, and got the arm going for Mr. Atencio. A huge miss on the 6 there.
He's 5-3 down, Atencio. I'd make him favourite right now. Those kind of misses on the 6 ball from Mora, they stick with you, don't they? They hurt. The gap continues to close, and that rack was all about a glaring mistake from John Mora, the overcut 6 ball which he should have knocked in. Jesus Atencio now just 1 back, and of course he gets to break in rack 10. On table 4, I think Trung Quang Lee had the chance of a combination to knock the 9 in and to get off the mark. It didn't work out. And now Moritz Neuhausen has this mid-distance 9 for 8-0. The winner of Premier League pool in Sarajevo earlier this year is playing Premier League stuff.
Yeah, he was real happy with his performance yesterday in a couple matches, and a couple tough matches like they always are. And he's building some steam, not only in that match, but here at the Florida Open, trying to move forward easily in this round of 16.
John Mora, he's played in so many tournaments. He's been very, very busy this year. As I say, he knows all about the ups and downs of the game. And right now he's trying to digest that mistake on the 6 ball and get over it, but so much easier said than done. And when you make a mistake like that, the pool gods say you are going to be punished, and maybe that's going to be punished with Atencio's break, the 1 just about sneaking in and the 2 available.
Yeah, the 2's not easy, but somewhat natural to come around the table and get on a tough 3 ball for that same upper right corner. And Yeah, it's a matter, you know, the chance for punishment is there. It's just a matter of Jesus puts it, you know, puts that foot forward and gets it done. Looks like he can run this with just some left English and come 4 rails around by the purple. I think the speed's going to be ideal. Now he's perfect to stun over and play the pink in the same upper right corner. Should be tied at 5s here in a moment.
On table 2, Max Lechner in to extend his lead over Anthony Maglino to 7-4. He's not there yet, but he's got a great chance to do so.
Yeah, the 6 goes easily by the 8. Could use a little of the side rail, knocking that green 6 in.
Well, Atencio knocks in the 6th ball, but Lechner misses on table 2, leaves it hanging.
Yeah, and if you watch the shot prior with Lechner, when he shot the 5 ball, really ended up about 2-3 feet short of ideal, and he kind of looked at himself like, what was that? Now, he shouldn't have missed the 6, but when you don't get in that good position like you should, it could be a little mental moving forward, and what a big shot. Looked like he was kind of taking that match over.
Atencio to draw level. It is 5-5, so level board numerically, but psychologically it isn't level right now. There is no doubt Atencio has got the upper hand. Aloysius Shap 5-4 up on Naoki Oi. That's over on table 3. And after the missed 6 ball from Max Lechner, what happened, Jeremy?
Yeah, just again got a little more distance away from it. And we've seen these pockets rear their teeth from time to time, and just caught the ball a little heavy to the pocket, and now has opened the door for Maglino. 6-5 is our score.
The crowd loved it. Lechner hated it. So 3 very competitive matches out there, and 1 blowout. Newhausen 8-0 up on Trung Quang Lee.
Yeah, that's the break he's looking for right there. I don't know if the 2's going to escape or not, but it's close. Really clean with the cue ball zigzagging back and forth. I think he has a little bit of piece of the 2, but I'm not sure how much. Maglino's just broke the balls really nice. If he can make that first shot, big favorite, I think, to tie that match at 6 apiece. Now pushing out here. So this is obvious a jump situation. Can John reach it though?
Not not the tallest, but I'll tell you what, he's taller than his father, Mario, who played on the snooker tour. He was quite a short individual, but big on talent.
Tensei will do quite a bit to get in position to shoot at this.
Come into my parlour, said the spider to the fly. Well, that plan worked.
Yeah, I always felt like when I got uncomfortable in those situations, easy to overhit the ball. Tensio, though, he's not super tall, but he's kind of long, you know what I mean, in a sense, and got into that position a little easier. John wanted to take it on, but just couldn't get there.
The fluency I described in the opening to the programme has returned for Tensio. The ineffective safety at the start of rack 6 that Jeremy has mentioned was definitely a turning point, but the missed 6 in rack 9, that was very much a blow for Mora, and I think he's about to fall behind.
Yeah, these players, of course, one timeout is suggested, but if they have to get to the restroom again, it's allowed. Maybe a good time for John. Took one leave of absence from the table early when he was ahead 3-0, I believe it was, but now maybe a different reason to do it.
On table 2, Max Lechner overcame that missed 6 ball in the 11th rack by winning the 12th, so he's back in front 7-5 against Antti Naglino, and here, well, the lead has changed hands. Jesus Atencio with so much support in this auditorium. He was 5-0 down, but now 6 racks in succession, and the picture has been well and truly transformed. On table 3, the distinctive figure of Aloysius Schaap. 5-4 up on Naoki Oi, and if this 5 ball drops, which it has, in position for 6-4.
Yeah, it's been a high tariff match over there I've been watching, and two guys I love watching play, and two of the greatest guys on tour. Really fun in different ways, but really, really good guys, and always just made every shot under the sun to keep this lead, and even though it's minimal.
We will keep you informed, as we will now, about table 4, where Moritz Neuhausen is 9-0 up on Trung Quang Lee. You do occasionally see in the latter stages of these matchroom majors a 10-0 whitewash, but they are quite a rarity.
Yeah, it's usually just an awesome performance, and don't get me wrong, Moritz has played really solid, but Trung just, you know, one thing or another has slowed him down, but not slowing down Jesus Atencio. Great break off here and a great shot to get started.
could Atencio become the first South American to win a major title on the World 9-Ball Tour? Well, I'll give you the answer. Yes, he could. Whether he will or not, that's another matter, but I think he's certainly got the skill level to do it.
Absolutely, and he's been really good on this table. He's played, I think this is his 4th match on this table, and he's been really solid throughout every one of them.
You're right, it is his 4th match. He beat Earl Strickland 9-5, Theodore Gorst 9-7, and then to start off yesterday morning, he overwhelmed Luong Doc Tien of Vietnam 10-1.
Now, I thought he may just kind of ease this in and take the cut shot. Well, if he can avoid the 9 with speed, he can play a number of shots here. Thought it had to be maybe on the lighter side to avoid the 9, the contact. Oh no, he got by it easy, so that should do. Yeah, we're going to get our first quarterfinalist here in just a moment. It looks like with Moritz Neuhausen on the hill on the 6-ball with just those 4 remaining to clean up.
Yeah, the entertainment on table 4, which you can watch all week on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, is about to be curtailed, it seems. Here, Neuhausen cleaning up.
Yeah, and what a shot he made on the 2-ball. I don't know if it be put on the socials or not. He had to jump it, rail first it, make it go around, break up the 3-7, I believe it was, to make this out and get this 10-0 victory.
In the UK, if you give something the maximum, let's say he gave it the 10-0, well, that's what Moritz Neuhausen has done here. The 9-ball for a clean sheet.
Yeah, Legner got that 2-game lead again, but now is scratched on the break. That's been a couple scratches. So Anthony Maglino has a chance.
First player, as Jeremy said, into the quarterfinals is Moritz Neuhausen. 10-0 over Trung Quang Le. He now awaits either Alexa Pachelsch or Mickey Kraus. Next up on table 4 will be David Al-Kadi against Chang Yu-Long. They say 7 is a lucky number, and it's 7 consecutive racks for Jesus Atencio, from 5-0 down, no less. What a turnaround in this contest. Some daylight appearing on table 3 as Aloysius Schaap takes a 6-4 lead over Naoki Oi. This is table 2.
Yeah, he's got a funny shot here. Not the 4, but just position on the 5. Is that easy to come around? Oh, he caught the 9 a little bit there. May help.
Extension. Extension taken.
It is lovely to be able to play at home, but also there's added pressure. He knows so many people on the left flank of this arena or in his corner. He badly wants to win for himself and for them. Talk about heart in mouth. We'll keep you updated. Back to table 1 to see if the charge of Atencio continues.
Those was going to say it almost have to be some type of ugly kiss on the cue ball, I think, to slow him down. It'll obviously be a push out, most likely to the jump shot. That's been the theme. And Maglino got kind of nasty straight on the 8. The 9's not too bad, but he got in a bad position. We'll keep you informed there.
Well, the last time he pushed out, it worked well. Push to a jump. Morrow turned it over. He's not doing the same thing here.
Looks like he's hitting some right spin, so don't curve it too much. You might whiff it. No, he caught it a little thick. This is probably going to leave a gap or a jump cue in return. It looks like it's the jump cue. Maybe a gap there. Oh, Maglino made a heck of a shot on the 9 from distance and scratched in the upper corner. But again, that was the positional play on the 8 is what got him.
Of course, the 9 comes out, put onto the spot, and the cue ball behind it means a formality for Lechner. The difference between 7-6 and, in actuality, 8-5. Can Maglino recover from that? What a blow.
Yeah, and he just let it build. It just, again, got a little light on position on a couple shots. I'll tell you, he's got a lot of fans here, right, Jesus? But I think he's gaining more with every stroke, it seems like. Really a fun player to watch and showing a lot of heart here. Pretty shot here with topping through with a little speed.
And I've been watching him on those kind of shots all week. He plays them as though they're over the hole.
Well, that's that real straight cueing you can really rely on. He's another one that kind of releases it with the backhand, kind of throws the cue, gets a lot of power.
His jumping is top notch. It's not just a case of me jumping on a bandwagon after seeing a couple of jumps in this match all week. It's been excellent.
All right, this is odd here. He's got to fall okay here to get on the 7 properly, so not out of the woods here in rack number 13. In control, of course. Yeah, I mean, if you watch the socials, you know, before he took a little break playing, there was tons of stuff about out there about him jumping the ball. And okay, he got just straight enough to be able to stun over.
Best 9-ball performance this year for him. He was 6th in the Derby City Classic 9-ball. Runner-up in the US Open 10-ball event in Las Vegas. But he's not had that many big tournament appearances. Atencio has been, I suppose, keeping his powder dry.
And this is for 8 on the spin, and Max Lechner just knocked in an incredible combination to get on the hill, I think, at 9-5 now. So.
Yeah, all happening in the Carib Royale Resort Convention Centre. Aloysius Schaap pulling away from Naoki Oi on table 3 at 7-4. But what a turnaround here. 2 obvious mistakes from John Morrow, one more grievous than the other. At 5-0, he tried to be a little too cute, tried a little more ambitious kind of safety shot than he should have done. It got away from him. Atencio got a foothold, but it was the missed 6 that really underlined the fact that Mora was starting to feel it at 5-3.
Yeah, and the 6 again, I don't know why, just felt like that moment was a big one, and it was a big one for John as well with that miss. But the one thing about that safety early is he had kept all the safeties real simple and just made sure he got the snooker, take his chances with what he could, you know, knowing that Jesus great with the jump cue, but make him jump at the ball. And then again, give credit where credit's due. Jesus has played incredibly to make this comeback. It looks like the 2 ball's going to open up. So still more to do. I'll tell you what, seems like it's in the cards at the moment.
Yes, the most powerful ally in Q Sports is momentum. And right now, you can't see any other result than Atencio coming through this.
Yeah, if he buries this ball, it looks like he's easing it. I thought he would draw it, but if he buries this one, you feel like maybe John doesn't get back to the table. I'm watching another guy that looks like he's getting informed to win another event here on the East Coast, and that's Aloysius Yap. He has just played beautifully over there against Naoki Oi. See some work. Probably a 6-8 combination in his future. May have fallen a hair straight here. Could play the 5 in the side, just in case he fell a little funny on the pink. Yeah, it's going to be a hair light of ideal, so we'll see.
The vultures are circling. Scott Frost and Carl Boys have turned up for their next assignment, which is Shane Van Boning and Marvin Assis. They realised that this match could come to a conclusion pretty quickly.
Yeah, I saw the boys earlier for coffee. One looked a little better than the other. But that's always the case, right? It's hard to have a dead heat between them two.
I'm going
Yeah.
minus 500 that Scott looked better than Carl.
Yeah, it wasn't no pick 'em, I know that. That's for sure. Yeah, I was wondering about this position play. I think I would have just said to myself earlier in the rack, I'm going to play this 6-8 combo. I think he fortunately fell to where he can pocket the 6 and hold for the 7.
He's wonderful to watch, he really is. Breath of fresh air. And to play like this and to play effectively like this, you've got to have total belief in your own ability. And that's what he's got.
Yeah, and you really took it right out of my brain there. I mean, you talk about other sports. We grow up playing other sports, very physical sports. And you're always told you can't be afraid. Well, it's the same thing in pool, even though it's not a contact sport. It's not anything that gets bloody, but it can get bloody between the ears if you lose some confidence, and that doesn't happen with Jesus Atencio.
There's a multiple PGA Tour winner from Venezuela called Johnny Vegas. He's like this. He plays, when he's at the top of his form, some wonderful golf, and Jesus Atencio is playing some wonderful pool. It's all very well to win 9 racks on the trot at this stage against world-class opposition, but to do it from 5-0 down, I think just goes to show what a special talent he is. So Atencio on the hill, and the same thing applies to Max Lechner on table 2.
Nice shot there with your opponent on the hill. So Maglino can get back to the breaking in as he should. And, you know, we talked about those 2 mistakes from John Mora, but that's all it's been is those 2 mistakes. So really overall, when you look at a pull set, it's been really good stuff from John. Just Jesus has been better.
The 2 players in here right now have got the most support, undoubtedly. Jesus Atencio and also the local Anthony Maglino, and he's still in there with a fighting chance.
Yeah, we have another big American coming up in the next round, SVB. He'll certainly get some cheers, and he's got one heck of a tough match, in my opinion, with Marvin Aziz. And looky here, like I said, I didn't know if we'd see much more of John Mora after that last break off, and this one here may seal the deal. No problems at all here, Phil. I mean, he's got some work, but once he gets on the pink with some angle, the rest of these balls are kind of on the bottom end and should get cleared.
Lots of players say, I want to go out there and enjoy myself. It just seems as though Jesus Atencio genuinely enjoys himself.
Yeah, this is the shot, really. And not cinching it either. That's how you win the tournament.
Hold on a minute. Scrap the script. Hold the back page. Well, if John Mora were to win this rack and come back and win the match, it would be one of the most remarkable contests I think we've ever seen on the World 9-Ball Tour.
Yeah, it'd be a crazy sequence of racks. Be 5 in a row for John to start, 9 on the spin for Jesus, and John wins 5 back in a row to end it. Didn't expect that miss, I'll tell you. The pink 4, but you can't take your eye off this 9-ball.
Lone voice in the crowd offering their encouragement to Mora. Come on, John, he keeps saying. And this isn't over yet. Just when we were starting to crown the king of the match, it might well be John Mora who comes back to usurp Jesus Atencio. 9-6, the missed 4-ball. Well, it was coloured pink, but it was out of the blue. As for Aloysius Schaap, he's going about this very nicely indeed. Naoki Oi hasn't played a bad set at all, but Yap has been rock solid, Jeremy.
Yeah, really phenomenal. I've watched a lot of this match, and I really haven't seen a miss-hit ball once. And always played, like you said, exceptional pool.
So we know that Moritz Neuhausen is into the quarterfinals with that 10-0 whitewash of Trung Quang Lee. All of the other 3 matches that are deep into progress, one of the players is on the hill. Jesus Atencio, Max Lechner, Aloysius Schaap. You know, I recently wrote a piece for the World 9-Ball Championship programme where early on I suggested that although cliches are annoying, they are actually centred in truth. And the one cliche we always come out with, which is true, the last rack is always the hardest to win. Well, maybe not always, but quite often.
Yeah, I say it all the time. Cliches, they stick around because they're usually so true and honest. But oh, cue ball! I thought that was gone. The two's near the cue ball. That's what every player wants to see when they're breaking the balls. I think he's got a hint of an angle. It's got some work, but definitely you can see the 3, 4, 5 on the bottom end, the 6, 7, that grouping up on the right. That'll be the one to get at later. Is he kind of stunning this or drawing it? Not much angle then. Name we haven't talked about, Chang Yu Lung. Good to see him back in a final 16. He's just teed it off against David Al-Kaidi on table 4.
Mora re-energised. He must have thought the match had passed him by.
Don't nip the 6 on the way by with those 2 rails. Oh, he came way deep. I didn't understand that play at all. So he's trying to get for the 6 in the upper corner, the upper left corner. I thought he would come tight maybe and get for the 6 in that side. It's near. Yeah, I'd like to know what he was trying there, really. He's got a sliver of it. And sometimes it lets you see it just enough for the make. Cue ball is going to be really hot moving around the table.
Talk about stubborn, tenacious from John Mora. But this was the pocket he missed that quite simple 6-ball into, and this is much more high tariff. Well, for me, that's one of the most pleasing shots of the entire tournament. That tells you you've got guts.
Yeah, absolutely, and hit the dead hard as well.
When he trailed 9-5 and with Jesus Atencio at the table. We were writing John Morrow's obituary for this Florida Open. Now, though, he's very much alive. Just 2 back with 3 to play. Must say, what a cracking match to get proceedings underway on day 5 here. On table 4, Chang Yulong did win the first rack from David Al-Kadi. On table 3, with ball in hand to start, it's no surprise that Aloysius Yap has got a gilt-edged chance to wrap things up.
Well, he's a very humble guy, and he'll always label how he was fortunate to win the match, but I'd like to hear what he really has to think about his performance here, because it has been absolutely splendid. Really didn't see Oy back to the table until this game on a safety from the time it was 5-4.
Yap puts the cap on a 10-4 victory. Naoki Oy beaten by a player in supreme form. The 2 is poking out.
Yeah, he just doesn't get the spreads of Atencio. A real nasty 3-8. Real nasty 5-7 on the side rail. So hard to figure John's going to get the clearance even with a good look.
Just to tidy up the Aloysius Yap story, he's into the quarterfinals to take on Max Lechner or Anthony Maglino. It's 9-7 now for Lechner.
Probably plays a safety here, trying to put the 2 into the 5-7, maybe cue ball behind the 3-8. He's overspun it. He's overspun it. He may leave some kind of opportunity now for Atencio to get at these issues. Maglino's just snookered himself on a pretty routine shot. He's going to have to kick his way out to survive in that match. Trails 9-7 to Max Lechner.
Maglino, you can tell from the crowd reaction, was just scratched, I believe.
Yeah, he made a nice hit on the kick shot after getting snookered and caught a couple points on the side pocket, went dead across the table to the other side. Does he have a little piece of this to where he can kind of get him behind the brown 7? Or does he have to go full at the jump cue? Looks like he's trying to send the cue ball towards the 9.
The bumblebee right at the end stings. As anticipated, with ball in hand, Lechner's forged the chance to cross the line. It's been a really heroic run for Anthony Maglino, the local Floridian. But the run is over. Defeated by Max Lechner 10-7. So Lechner will play Yap in the quarterfinals.
No, he's going to need some help here. And he got it a little bit. There's a bank here, though. If he wants to stun forward a little bit, does hold position and possibly a backdoor safety. And this is touchy business. Oh, he's looking at the 9. So he's going to shoot the 9, bring the cue ball to the bottom rail, and let the 3 go up table. Probably would have been maybe one of my last choices there, Phil.
Yeah, it was one of those shots that was typical Atencio, actually. He just wanted to try and force the issue. I don't think patience is his best asset.
Well, he stayed patient with that 5-0, 5-0 deficit here to start day 5.
Zhang Yulong, the veteran from Chinese Taipei, 2-0 up on the veteran from Spain, David Alcadi. Soon to start out on table 2, Emil Gangflo and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. On table 3, it will be Alexa Pacholsha against Mickey Kraus. They're playing their practice rack.
And I'll tell you what else has started again. The showers outside. Everything getting a little on the 50 for John. Now he's probably got to play short side on the green 6. He may stun over and back, but see how he cues the ball.
It is really rare that you see a match like this where a player starts off so well, then basically falls apart and stitches himself back together.
Yeah, and I just was curious about that decision to shoot at the 9. Of course, you always got value to win, but wonder how often you're really making that combination. Had some other options with a safety, maybe a bank on the 3. A little awkward here. We have to shoot the 9 from the rail unless he wants to go forward through this ball to get better on that 9.
The 7 ball in rack 16 was excellent. So to the 8 in this one. The man from north of the border. 9-8 down, but he's breaking in the 18th rack. Wearing that very patriotic maple leaf shirt. Is it going to be Venezuela or Canada? Right now, I wouldn't like to say.
Yeah, we used to always talk about that. Do you want the guy that's on the hill, or do you want the guy that's breaking one game off the hill in this winter break format? Speaking of another great breaker, Mickey Kraus going to get it going here soon. He's a guy that can put a lot of racks together.
Yes, and if you're just joining us, the winner of Atencio Mora will take on the winner of our next match centre stage, which is bound to keep those crowds in their seats. It is Marvin Assis of the Philippines against the great American pool hero, Shane Van Boening. I love the configuration here of these 4 tables in this quality quadrant. If you're in a certain position, you can watch all 4 matches very comfortably. It's an absolute feast of pool.
Nine ball. He's had one already.
He had a golden break to go 5-0 up. Now it's golden again to make it hill-hill.
Yeah, and he's been super consistent with that cue ball zigzagging towards the bottom half of that 9 ball. Sometimes gives you some very unlucky scratches, but there is a good end of it as well, and he's seen it twice here in this match.
Confession time again, Jeremy. When he was 9-5 down and Atencio was at the table, I would not have backed John Morra at any price. And now, well, he's favoured because he's breaking.
Yeah, I don't think we're backing anyone the way Jesus was playing that missed 4 ball. None of us expected that. I think John thought it was curtains. He's regrouped awesomely, and you know, like we always say, there's rarely a break and run when it's hill-hill. It's usually a push-out situation, so we'll see how this unfolds.
Just before he missed the 4, I said I thought Atencio was genuinely enjoying himself. He's not enjoying himself now. It's the most horrible sinking feeling when you've almost won a match and it's in danger of slipping away.
Yeah, nice shake of the hands between the 2 players. They know somebody's got to go. They've given us an incredible match so far, and who knows what's in store in this case game.
Could it be a hat-trick of golden breaks?
Yeah, just didn't sound like the best connection on the rack. We'll get another look, I'm sure. And the 9 stayed still. Maybe caught it a hair heavy. Pushed the one through that other object ball. It did hit short on the side. It's not going to be a push shot, you don't think, but definitely not a run out to start.
We love to see high standard pool, but there's nothing better than the drama, the theatre of a deciding rack finish in a match of this importance as well.
I'm not sure what he's doing here. Is he moving the 1? Oh, he went for the cut. Oh no. Didn't think the scratch was probably there. That's why he went for the cut, knowing if he missed it, had lots of ways to get safe. Just narrowly went by the 9 and the 2.
I don't think I've ever seen a match quite like this. Simply extraordinary.
Extension. Extension granted.
At 9-5, it seemed as though Morra was toast.
I guess he's going to come to the center of the table, whether it's 1 rail or 2 around the 5. Trying to think, there's not too many tricky situations if he gets good on this 2. I'd like to get close here. I'd go ahead and take a chance. Oh, he got snookered. He got snookered. I thought he was going to come 2 rails around the 5. That way he could track right at the 2 and be in a really good line of never getting snookered, really. I do like him being aggressive, trying to get close to the 2-ish. He can't reach the jump, I don't think, unless it's just a sliver of the 9.
Jesus Christ.
Hit the 2 with just 1 second left on the shot clock.
tell you, Atencio was pretty aggressive in the last rack, or trying to go out of 3-9, or 2 racks ago, was it? But does he do something here?
Emily Fraser behind us thought the 9 was in. So did I. Game of fractions.
Yeah, it had a little kick on it, a little skittish act. You could hear it, but still thought it was down. Don't think there is an action on the 9 here from behind. This will have some speed. Cue ball behind the 8.
Behind the 8 ball.
Another cliche.
It's true.
Boy, he's got to find a real nice way to get at this. This is not easy, it doesn't appear, unless he can go behind the 7. Now, does he have a piece of the red 3 to go at the 9 again with the cue ball? Get the feeling a crazy shot of some sort's going to end this match.
There's his lone supporter. Come on, John. Come on, indeed. Cue ball just got away from him slightly. He's played all over the world. He's won stuff, Mora. Stuff worth winning. But I would hazard a guess is to say he's feeling an equal amount of pressure to his most pressurized moment.
Yeah, I wonder if he can play this with a hair of inside spin rather than outside. Outside may carry you into another ball. All right, he avoided that traffic. That was key.
He just seems very nervous to me. That's the vibe I'm getting. So if you are, you can miss anything. Certainly a shot like this. Any kind of twitch. Kept admirably still.
Yeah, that's one thing that's always been very constant with John, not much movement. Now he wants to get a little pinch of the cue ball here. I would figure he wants to get natural on the 8, especially with the nerves very high. So he'll come across.
2 racks ago, he potted a terrific 7 ball. Is he good for this one?
That's that natural angle I was talking about. You can't hardly breathe, you can't hardly swallow. This is what you want to finish up with.
Surrounded by hundreds of fans, this is the visualisation of Emily Fraser for the World 9-Ball Tour, and it's coming true.
Nice try. Nice try.
I think someone coughed on his backswing and he said, nice try. It didn't work. It's true, John. It did not work. What a performance from John Morra. He confounded all of us. When he lost 9 racks in succession, we thought he was out. But then, Jesus Atencio missed that pink 4-ball, one he will never forget. And John Morra, talk about a gut check, winning the last 5 racks. John Morra advances to the quarterfinals of the Florida Open. Now he will play either Shane Van Boening or Marvin Assis. If you want to see that one, it's coming up shortly.
The new era begins. Game on with LiveSB.io. Big moments meet old partners. That's why Matchroom welcomes LiveSB.io, our official new sponsor for the World 9-Ball Tour. LiveSB.io brings cutting-edge sports entertainment to fans all around the world. Fast, smart, global. Same fire, same energy, new partnership. LiveSB.io, World 9-Ball Tour. Let's play.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, there's plenty of guys who need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I'm ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
When I play all the big tournaments around the world, we only use Aramith and Simonis. You know, you're getting 100% high quality. It just makes the game easier to play. Simonis and Aramith definitely have the best cloth and balls, hands down, in the game.
Welcome back to this year's Florida Open, and if you are just joining us, you have just missed arguably the match of the event, maybe even the greatest match in the tour's history. John Morra wins 10-9 over Jesus Atencio. John Morra was 5-0 up in that match, and then he went 9-5 down. He won the last 5 racks to win the match, and the last rack had everything. Over on table 2, Max Leitner got the job done over the local boy, Anthony Megalino. The other 3 feature tables are all in action. Chang Yulong, he's 4-1 up over David Al-Qaeda. Mickey Krause has won the opening couple of racks against Alexa. And Emil Gangflow is 1-0 up over FSR, but we're going to be focusing all our attention on the TV table, where Shane Van Bonen, the last American player in the field, will be playing Marvin Aziz. Well, the US Open is just around the corner. Shane will be there along with Ola Pearl. I mentioned them two because they're the only players that have won it 5 times. Can one of them pick up a 6th title? 18th through to the 23rd of August, back at Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City. We have a wonderful crowd in for today's action here in Florida at the Caribe Royale, and I'm sure we're going to have a big fan base down in Atlantic City. There you see it. Joining me in the booth for this match, Scott Frost. Scott, that last rack there, before we get into this one between Morra and Atencio, what a great last rack and what a great advert for 9-ball pool.
Yeah, it's one of those racks that you just hate to see somebody lose. Atencio, I believe, up 9-5. Misses a 4-ball. Said he was looking to get on the 5 and just kind of took his focus off of it, but boy, what a last rack, man. Morra, you know what? He works so hard. You and I were kind of talking. It's hard to pick somebody you like more when you're around these guys so often. But you got to be happy for Morra. And you got to feel for Atencio because we felt like it could have been his week.
That just gives you a great look at the layout here. 4 tables, all next to each other, and then all the seat banking around it. Let's just have a look over on table 4. David Al-Qaeda been having a great week here. Beat some quality opponents and beat them pretty easy as well. But he's 4-1 down here to Chang Yulong. Looks like he's got the shorty in his hand. Yes, he does. So he's going airborne. It's what we call a jump shot. All 4 tables have a shot clock now. Final 16 and quarterfinals this evening, and then tomorrow will be finals day. A couple of semi-finals in the afternoon, and then the race to 13 final in the evening.
Yeah, I don't think he would have a problem with being back towards the center of the table here. It's better to be too thin than not thin enough on this carom. It would be a 4-9 carom. So he needs to get back. Don't let up here. And a little punchy. I think this is the line he wanted to be on, but maybe a little bit closer. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem. If you're not close to that carom, it's a little bit more guesswork. Caught it too thick.
Well, that looks pretty good safe there, but as I said before, this is the feature match. Here is the handshake. Players will lag for break, nearest to the top rail. And it's going to be the Filipino to start this match. It's a race to 10 for a place in the quarters.
I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Marvin on the main table, if any. We're going to get a good look now. That is no surprise. The two falling in the same side as the one didn't really help things. It's headed up towards the cue ball. I think he's got a lock-up safety here behind the brown. And you've kind of got backup. He's taking his extension here. You got backup behind the purple 5 as well. Yeah, very good.
What is the brain of SVB plotting here? He's just trying to visualise what will happen, hitting certain parts of the red 3. Hit it all wrong, needs a bit of luck.
Yeah, I don't think that's the worst result. 8 finishing awkward on the right side of the table as well. You could just shoot this 3 back up towards the top rail and pinch behind the 4 if you're feeling really good. I don't think he's feeling too bad, is he? He's here. But the speed would have to be good on the 3. So I think that's maybe a little touchy. He'll probably opt away from that. Yeah, this is the safest route, just grazing the red 3, coming down behind the 6 and 9 somewhere. Yeah, I think he's cut off just enough running to the jump cue. There is a profit if you can bank this in. The 4 is available. Watch the side pocket here. Did he luck the 5?
Well, you kind of got the feeling on a couple of these hooks that he needed something to happen, just a bit of luck, and boy, did he find it. And he's on the 3.
Yeah, I like the way he played this. The first rack tells us a lot typically in these matches. And with Shane, it's really kind of telling.
Yeah, he's got a bit of work to do with his hand placement here. This can often be awkward. Handled that well. Just gives himself a look at the green 6. That's what it's all about. Needs an angle on the round 7. Look where the 8 is.
Yeah, we talked last night. He really said he's just doing everything he can to keep things from bothering him. All the little things.
A couple of bumps go in his favour in rack 1. That's ended up lovely.
I'd like to get all the way over here. Very good. He's used a lot of luck up in this rack, Carl.
Not that SVB needs it, but he will take it. The crowd seem happy with that one as well. He's the only American left in the field now. Anthony Maglino, what a great tournament he's had. Unfortunately, just lost his match against Mac Leitner. David Alcade and Chang Yulong have had a little time out, but they're back in the arena. Chang, he's leading 5-1 over there.
Couple of things for SVB this week that's, I think, changed a little bit. Carl and I were in Saudi, or we were all in Saudi. He toned his breakdown there and was starting to get results. He's definitely toned the breakdown as far as the power here. Starts to feel like he's found something. And the most important thing is he's taken the extension off of his playing cue. And he's stuck with that now. He really likes it. And this is all you can really ask for. He will attack. You can just go forward here. I believe the 2 will drop down a little bit. I didn't like that adjustment while he was down. Instead of resetting, I'm sure he'll be okay.
Yeah, SVB is really up for the challenge this week. Right from ball 1, he's looked dialed in. Needs an angle, otherwise he might be drawing his rock again.
Yeah, the cue ball, he wanted to arc it big time. Kind of delayed on him. I don't know if the tip come up in the backswing or not.
You know, there's always so much talk, isn't there, Scott, about crowds and venues and everything, but this is what the players want. This particular setup, quite unique with the 4 tables in kind of a biggish arena, and then obviously all the crowd sat around, and at the bottom 2 tables, table 3 and 4, there's a lot of people stood up. The juniors are playing just behind them, and this will really get the juices flowing when you put the wood together.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a pool player's dream right here. Very intimate, right? Everything, like Carl just said, is together. The spectators since day 1 here have been spectacular. Big shot on the pink 4, has to bury it. That pocket has been friendly to him. He's fluked purple 5 in the first rack off a jump shot on the 3. As Carl said, also, SVB has not skipped a beat really all week. Last night played Elliott Sanderson. He was a little scrappy here and there, but that's going to happen in these matches, right? Later evening match he's been playing for the last 4 or 5 days, so it's going to happen. For the most part, he's looked really as good as anybody here.
Went about the rack, very nice. 2-0. Just in the distance, that's where the juniors, you can see the table lights in the background, that's where the junior tournament is being held. I don't believe I've seen Shane miss the 1 ball on the break yet.
No, I think he was 90% in a match I called a couple of days ago, and it just doesn't glare out at me that he's missed it at all, really. Oh, there you go, Carl. You are one of the best at that.
Yeah, I just want to make this match a little bit exciting for the fans. He's missed the 1 ball. Wow. Let's see how close he got to it. Hit both points on the side. What's he left?
Just going to stick him up, I guess, here, unless he wants to take it to the upper right. I just don't see that happening. Well, he's hit this a little too heavy, which leaked out now. That'll rub off the pink 4.
Yeah, SVB was fortunate in rack 1 when he fluked the purple 5, so we'll give Marvin a little bit of slack there. We'll let him off with that one. Can he see a piece?
Yeah, he's looking at the line from the 2 to the pink 4. Maybe some type of a kiss shot. Pretty hard to avoid the pink 4 if you're just edging the 2. And that would be real thin if you're trying to edge the 2. Yeah, Carl, looks like he's going to try to power to the 4. Wow. I mean, wow. What a stroke he put on that ball. Drew off the pink 4. Check it out.
When it comes to shot making, there's not many better than SVB.
No, and that'll really pump him up as well.
Chang Yulong is on 7 now. It looks like he's doing a number on David Arcady, and we've not really said too much about Chang, but he is a serious player. Quite an unusual cue as he sort of stands a little bit high on the cue. Same again, wants an angle on the 6, if not he'll draw back.
Yeah, so a tactical error, and you have to give that error to Marvin Assis. Had all the room in the world to lock Shane up behind the purple 5, leaked it out, the blue 2. Shane came with that carom. One of the better shots of the week for me. That's all he needs to really motivate him. Yeah, cut the 7 a little thinner than he'd have liked. And you just got to roll quick. He'll be just fine.
This is just normal service for the 5-time US Open champ. He's won the opening 3 racks and he leads 3-0. Well, a player that's through to the quarterfinals already was the man who beat Naoki Oi. It's Aloysius Yap, and we caught up with him a little earlier.
Yap, congratulations. An unbelievable performance against Naoki Oi. You came back there, he started off strong, but you rallied through. Just talk me through that match.
Yeah, he started really strong. It was actually a lot closer than it seems at the start. We both had a good match at the start, but I got lucky after he missed a 3-ball to the side, and then that changed the whole game. And then from there, I took all my chances and managed to pull the win.
Well, congratulations again, and best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much.
Always good to hear from Aloysius Yap. Speaks so well. Super nice guy.
Yeah, and he's playing flawless as well. Jeremy Jones was just highlighting him last round. 2-time winner of the International Open. I covered the one he won last year. Yep, that is. He wouldn't be too upset at standing at the end of this one. Also winning the UK Open this year. Carl, you have sharked my man, SVB. He is 0-2 for the one on the side since you said something.
Yeah, that didn't even hit the point. It was about a foot down. I do apologise, Shane, but it's not going too bad for you, buddy. You've won the opening 3. Now can Marvin get something going? He's got to knock a long ball in. These are easy to wobble.
Yeah, it's more about the speed, right? You just don't want to fram it. Nice strike. Very nice strike. I'll tell you what, though, you talk about the one with Shane, and I won't dredge on it long, but he is the type of guy that it'll might get to him a little bit, and it could affect him going forward. We'll see. And that's pretty classy as well. He's going to be able to get to this without any trouble. Carl, the rain just continues to threaten.
Table 3, there's something going on over there. Mickey Krause is 5-1 up, but Alexa Purcell has just been over at the referee. He did not look happy the way he was speaking to him. Now the referee's over at Mickey Krause. Something is going on. Now both players are up. Now the players are talking to, well, I say they're talking to each other. It's more Alexa saying stuff to Mickey. Mickey's looks a little bit bewildered.
Yeah, and Alexa kind of throwing his hands up a little bit here and there. I don't know what that is all about.
Now the tournament director, he's over there, Marcel Eckert. Mickey's having none of it. He's getting himself out of the building. He took his time out.
Yeah, he better get his umbrella. If you don't know already, we love the drama.
Yeah, we will continue to talk you through the games and the goss live here in Orlando at the Caribe Royale. Needs cue ball to slow down, which it will. It's going to be off the board. Dry break from Shane. Good opening one ball. He's off the board. 3-1. There is the Thunder. Let's have a nosy on table 2. FSR down 3-1, and look at the shot he's faced with here.
Yeah, can you see all of it? If not, he's just going to chip it to the top rail. Maybe a little thicker than he wanted. Yeah, and I'd like to have got that cue ball further down table.
This is Norway's Emil Gangflo, and I remember Emil playing a real good set against Joshua Filler at the Spanish Open a couple of seasons ago, and he's certainly grown up a bit. He's turned into a man. He's about 6 feet tall now, and muscles on muscles. This is a tidy shot, by the way.
My goodness, what a hit. I'll tell you what, you win a fortunate match. He did get a little fortunate against Billy Thorpe. Yesterday evening, Billy missed the 9 to seal the deal. You can play real good following a match like that.
Yeah, remember the 9 ball he played to win at Hill Hill? I actually watched the footage on socials last night, and you were lucky that ball went, because from the angle he hit the rail, they can easily stay over the hole.
Good signs from Aaron Assis. He is 2 for 2 with the 1. And he has natural position up to the red 3. The 4 really not a problem down here low. Just needs to get past the 5. Has about half the table to really work with. Just a touch outside here. Play the 5 in the lower right. I think it's a little more natural actually that way to the green 6. Conscious to stay above it. Doesn't give much up emotionally, does he? Nickname him Stoneface.
Straight would have been ideal. Now he's just going to float away from the 7 a little bit, but he can hold. Here comes more rain.
Yeah, I'd like to have been off the rail, and that all started with the purple 5. Does he have to elevate here just a little bit to pinch this in? Does he just take the steep to the top right with the 8? Here comes the rain again, Carl. You just touched on that. My goodness, it's been thundering and lightning the last several days. Watch out here.
well, Marvin's turn to get a bit fortunate off the point. Pulls it to just one. Behind now, trails 3-2. I've got the goss from table 3, by the way. Alexa Purcell's is not happy with the way Mickey Krause is breaking. Let's pop over to table 4. That match between Chang Yulong and David Al-Qaeda is all going the way of Chang. Al-Qaeda needs to win 9 racks.
Yeah, that better settle. That better settle and get a good rub. He's kind of got away with it. I think he can still trim it in the lower right. Fortunate that the 8 is near.
Grinding to stay in this year's event. He's got a thin 8 ball. We'll let you know, or we'll split screen it so you can see the end of the rack. See if Al-Qaeda makes the 8. Decent break here. The comeback is on.
Yeah, and you'll notice Marvin batting 100% with the 1 to the right side of the table. Now Shane's been trying to make the 1 in the left side of the table. He's been known to switch quickly. We'll see if Shane stays to the same break spot. If he gets another opportunity, which you have to assume he will. Going to the lower right here. I don't think Shane will turn this down. He comes with the big shot more than just about anybody on the planet. If he can avoid the upper left corner, he might take it on with the cue ball. Otherwise, he might be able to send the 2 down table and use the purple 5. Doesn't look thrilled though, but boy, doesn't it look to you, Carl, that you could use a bit of inside and send the 2 towards the 6, trickle up behind the green, excuse me, trickle up behind the purple. Yeah, maybe he's just worried about knocking the 2 closer to the lower right corner. Something he doesn't like. Oh, he's come with the big shot. That's going to send a message. Effortless as well. Trying to find the gap here, maybe between the 7 and 9.
Just got there. I don't know if he can hold the cue ball there and leave a shot on the 6. If not, he's got to get the cue ball moving around the table. This means it's missable. This means it's missable.
Carl all of a sudden changing his name to Nostradamus. Called SVB missing the 1 on the break, and he's done it a couple times in a row. And now puts the hex on Marvin Aziz.
Can he see the potting angle of the 6? Don't know.
Yeah, this line says no, but the overhead said yes. It's close. Very close. Pretty sure he can soft swerve with the proper English. Interesting, Carl. So he's looking to put the extension on his cue, possibly. Typically, you want to take it off to curve the cue ball more. So an interesting choice there, but someone I am never going to argue with.
Do you think it's because he doesn't have to spin it a lot?
It's actually a really good point that I did not think of.
Yeah, just the fact that he got down pretty quick, so I could see from where sat that he wasn't actually striking down too severe. What was interesting is he kept it on there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's lazy or if it felt a little good to him, but I'm an SVB fan and I hope he doesn't stick with it. All right, there it goes. Off with the extension.
Yeah, I was paying close attention there, and the 7 went in a little bit fat. Anyway, it's 4-2. Last couple of breaks for Shane. He's missed the 1. Emil Gangflow off to an absolute flyer on table 2. He's 5-1 up over FSR. Mickey Krause 5-2. Bit of drama over on table 3. There's a bit of needle going on.
Yeah, does SVB change break sides here? Marvin successful from our left side. Shane unsuccessful from our right side.
Yeah, the other thing what I'm interested to see if Shane does, will he go full power? I know lately he's decided to start taking a bit off, but maybe he feels the ref's not doing a great job of racking him. So is he going to try and make a random ball?
He's staying on the same side.
Looked a little bit more powerful.
Yeah, it actually did. Just a tick, but that's all you can really ask for. He's got to look at the 2. Nothing aggressive. Trying to use the 8. Really good. It's a touchy shot there.
You could see in the distance over on table number 4, Chang was beat David Al-Kaidi comfortable. He's through to the quarter-finals this evening.
Yeah, he hit it at such a speed that the cue ball just kind of lengthened off real quickly there. Not a ball you're supposed to miss when kicking.
10-2 was the scoreline over David Al-Kaidi.
Yeah, David played really well for the most part of this tournament. It's good to see. Does he just have to pinch back, and he's typically going to want to go to the side pocket with the 5, but you can see the angle here. I was wondering if he'd go up to the corner. I think that's pretty clever. Jeremy Jones, a big proponent of going to the corner in those situations because it limits your cue ball movement. Less room for error. actually got into that a little more than he wanted, Carl. He's kind of on the dive end here and on the rail, so now he's got to either just one rail up it or power through and avoid the 8 twice.
Made it look super easy. They can catch you out, them ones.
Yeah, really easy to catch that ball a little thick and hang it up. Arc the cue ball with ease there. And he's looked, or is looking just like he has all week, really. Not skipping a beat. I think Shane will go down as the greatest 9-ball player of all time within the next couple of years. I don't know how you can argue it. The titles he's got. If he continues to play like this, he might make another U.S. Open final coming up August 18th, is when it starts in Atlantic City.
Yeah, I remember listening to a podcast or an interview SVB did a few years ago, and you were talking about, it was actually before or after he won the World Championships for the first ever time. And he said he were really sort of up for it, which sounds a little bit crazy, but what he was sort of alluding to is that, you know, when you're a pro pool player, you can go to 3 or 4 tournaments on the spin, and sometimes you feel like you're not really with it. You can be sat out there with your cue playing a match and you get beat, you know, and you think, I feel like I didn't really try properly. Sounds mental, but that's what the great man said. This is the draw. Van Bonen or Aziz will play John Morra. If you missed the match before, by the way, John Morra against the 10 show was absolutely incredible. It went all the way, and the last rack had a little bit of drama. It was John Morra who held his nerve together to get the win. Chang Yilong's just beat Al-Qaeda. He's waiting for the winner of Gang Flow and Ruiz. Neuhausen going about his business very nicely indeed, just like Max Lechner, who will be playing Aloysius Yap later on.
And here we see it. He's made the adjustment. Can he follow it up? Oh no, there was a lot more speed on that one. Watch out. Oh, he is so fortunate to avoid that scratch. And he's so fortunate to get the 1 down. Watch the 1 here. How does it happen? We see it all the time with this break shot. If you play pool and you're shooting at the side pocket, oftentimes you'll miss the object ball to the first knuckle and it goes in the upper corner and you wonder how it happened. He's lost the speed there.
Yeah, he was playing for the same pocket, was he? Or was he playing to come out more and play it in the upper left? We don't know. Oh, well, there you go. That's where he wanted it, I think. That will wind him up. He'll be furious with himself. It was not difficult.
No, it was real natural, actually. Wonder if he was just a little excited after the break. I would have been. Went from scratching to absolutely perfect. Nice and tidy up behind the purple 5 here.
He'd have liked to have cut out the jump shot, but the hook is the hook. That was the main aim, and that's a shot 9-ball pool players have to master. Spinning the cue ball off a couple of rails in behind the ball.
Yeah, he feels like you can control the kick a little better. Might turn out okay.
Go rail first, I think. It's not the most difficult. I don't know if he can spin it round the balls as well. If not, he might have to play it slow. Shoot the pink 4 up into the upper right corner. We'll know as soon as it hits the cue ball what the plan is. Spinning it round. Here we go. Looks good.
No, he just missed the green 6. Otherwise, I don't think he comes up with a shot.
He liked that one, the way he kind of dived back to his chair to wipe his cue down. Really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that's the line he wants to end up on right there. Then he can dive around 2 rails to the brown 7 off the green 6 if he'd like, and that's what I assume he'll do. Could kill it 1 rail though. These players use an extreme low outside ball here on the fresh cloth. It's impossible to scratch in the middle left pocket. So the more low outside you have, the closer to the 7 you'll end up. Really, the biggest thing I see this week with Shane, Carl, is that there really hasn't been much emotion as far as the head movements and tilts and throwing the hand up, and you just haven't seen much of that, where we've talked about it quite a lot in past events.
Yeah, I mean, listen, all the players that are left in the event want to win, of course they do, but he just looks like you're going to have to drag him off the table as he wins another rack. Beautiful rail first shot, wasn't it? That started to finish, and it's now 6-2 to SVB. Mickey Krause is at the table, over on table 3. Currently leads Patel's 5-3. He's just knocked the 9 in. It's now 6-3. Been a bit of argy-bargy over there. Seems to have settled down a bit, unfortunately. I was hoping for some kind of fisticuffs.
Well, you got to assume that Shells is maybe thinking Mickey's soft breaking a little bit or taking a little pace off.
Yeah, and in fairness to Mickey, he actually does break quite firm, to be fair. I'm going to keep an eye on his next break when he does it. We have a table that is finished for the day, so there's just 3 matches being played. Hopefully we might get one of the junior matches on there. What an experience that would be for 2 of the youngsters.
Yeah, that would be great for both players there, if you could do that.
Definitely more pace on this break. No love. It's going to be a rollout.
Yeah, and when we take another look here, watch the cue ball. He just about flicks the 4 and goes into the corner here. Just about.
Push. Push out ball.
Nobody better at the rollout game than that man right there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'm also going to agree with you, unfortunately, Scott. I also think he is.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate.
Okay. Marvin has the option of playing this shot or giving it back to Shane. He'll weigh up his options.
Interesting what Shane did here. I think he can go heavy through the 2 here You've got to really go heavy through it, though, bringing the 2 past the 9, just left of it, maybe using the 7. It's kind of a stroke shot, and it is touchy because if you miss hit it, you can go in the drink on the upper right. Marvin going to thin the left side. No, he did play it, and this is a touchy shot, Carl, so Shane tricked him. But the reason he tricked him is because Shane's great at that hit, knows how to stroke the ball through the 2.
Well said, Freed. Talked us through that one beautifully.
Yeah, if you catch the 2 on that safety, if you catch it just a tick too thin, you're going in the drink. Shane, pretty clever for that one.
The noise from the crowd is because FSR nearly made a golden break. The 9 stayed right over the middle. He played a clever shot, sent the cue ball into the 9. He wins another rack. It's now 5-4. He trails over Gangflow.
Yeah, I don't think the 5 passes the 8 to the lower left, so he might have to check this cue ball up past the 9. I don't know that he, yeah, up there somewhere. Makes things a lot more difficult now. Don't know that he really thought about this when he went into the 8.
The old tap of the chalk wants the cue ball to slow down. Decent shot.
Yeah, because if he finishes on the rail there, he is toast.
I know the viewers can't see the table I'm looking at the same time, obviously, but oh, okay. Not seen that all week. Yeah, as I was saying, FSR is breaking the balls beautiful. It really is. Just nearly made another golden break there. He's still at the table and he were 5-1 down in that match.
Yeah, literally the first glaring miss from Shane, like Carl just said, all week, in my opinion. I don't remember anything like it. You'd like that to get up just a little bit more, and it didn't. So now he's got to work the cue ball. You can pinch it back past the lower left side pocket here. Or he's going to go forward. Oh, nice follow stroke there with an inside ball.
Yeah, these leads that players have had. So this one that Shane's got, 6-2, just 4 racks. Doesn't really feel like 4 racks, does it? I don't know about you, Scott, though, but you know when you played as the 8 wobbles but falls, you know, if you were at like 6-2 down, did you ever, I'm not saying you give up, but did you feel like you was like just miles behind and it was brutal?
No doubt, it felt like a long way away.
Yeah,
to me.
And because I've done so much commentary over the last 5 years, now I look at it so different. I think it's actually not that bad.
No, we see so many comebacks from that position, like a 4-1 or a 6-2 position. Both of those, as a player, you feel like you're, like you said, miles behind, but it's like common action to see the guys come back from that position.
Yeah, and listen, I know they've still got to clear the table, and we probably take that for granted, but sometimes it can just be like a couple of little things that have just turned the game.
Yeah, you wonder if the players actually had that information that we have sitting up here. Obviously, we can't make a ball anymore, but if we could give them that information and they truly believed it, would it help them at all? knowing that those percentages are actually much higher than they probably think.
He's well adapted at the break. The few breaks we've seen, he's hit him good. This is going to dress up. He needs an angle on this ball. He's got an angle, and the balls are split lovely. Here comes this comeback.
Yeah, is it the purple 5 in game number 9 to the lower right that Shane literally two-railed out of the corner? Missed it so poorly. Well, that needs to run. He has let up or caught it real heavy. I think it's a little bit of both. Want to catch it thinner to the pocket. So now, might be forced to bank at this just because it carries a little bit of a built-in safety maybe. Or is it out enough that he can slice it in with an outside ball?
Yeah, this is not what he wanted from the opening shot. Big mistake here in rack number 10. Granted, he's got the hook, but SVB will go real close to making this pink four. It's not the most difficult of jumps.
Yeah, I think he had to play it that way, though, just for the backdoor safe. It's something I've noticed is these guys that have played that bank, they've all played it long, whereas you're typically thinking in the back of your mind you want to play it short. SVB going to the air. Oh, the phone ring right in the background, right in his backswing. Not that it mattered. Carl, he was supposed to scratch in that side pocket 2 racks ago off the break. Is this justice?
Yeah, didn't even threaten the pocket there. He's disgusted with himself. You can see him in the chair. He's got it written all over his face. This is all come from the purple 5 miss from Shane.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Don't think he's forgotten about that. 'Cause he hasn't. He's human. The older you get, the tougher it is to let that stuff kind of go. Now, he's been great with the mannerisms all week, but he's also played perfect, so I think that has a lot to do with it. You gotta be human, though. Allow yourself to make some mistakes, but Marvin, I really like this guy's game. Just flows.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Freeze. He's got this like carefree walk around the table, this loosey, floosy cue action. He's got some talent, and he's the only Filipino left. Who'd have thought that coming into day 5? Another rack on the board for the lone Filipino. 6-4, table 3. Let's have a nosy. Mickey Krause is at the table. There's been needle in this match. Alexa had strong words with the referee. Then the tournament director come over. Luckily, I've got the tournament director's number, so I messaged him. Wanted to know what had gone on. He told me that Alexa was not happy with Mickey's break. Mickey got himself out of the arena. He was baffled. Come back in. Play continued. It's 6-4.
Yeah, what a performance Mickey Krause put on last night versus two-time world 9-ball champion Carlo Beato. Really only 2 mistakes in that match from Kraus, and one of them was a rollout. Tells you how good he played.
Really nice break off again. Oh, the 8-ball. Means it's going to be a push out here on the feature table. Mickey Kraus slots home the 9 and he goes back to 3 in front. 7-4 over on table 3. And now we're going to see what kind of push out Aziz plays. We know this is one of Shane's strengths. We've seen it a few racks ago. It was on a blue 2-ball as well. This is going to have to be a good one.
I just get the sense, man, I feel like Marvin definitely breaking better than Shane. Shane's picked up the speed on the break, which gets a little inconsistent when he starts doing that. Marvin's break is very consistent. 2 continues to finish up top. Shane's got to work real hard to win this match. And he's going to get this one back, I would assume. The last one down here in the lower right, Shane gave it back, Carl, you remember, and Marvin smoothed the 2 into the top right corner. Well, this time he's completely snookered himself. He didn't mean to catch a piece of the 3 on the rollout.
Well, if we ever do a video on the push out, we may use this as an example of what not to do.
Yeah, yesterday, Mickey Kraus was up 4 games to 0 and rolled out to Beato, rolled out straight up table, but left Beato straight in on the blue 2. Phil Yates and I both were a little bit stunned. Sure enough, Beato speared the 2 in and won 4 games in a row from there to tie it up. But then Kraus took right back off, but the push out, an integral part of the World 9-Ball Tour. Carl, you get the feeling this is like a make or break out for Shane. A couple of little errors that are getting to him.
Yeah, it feels that way and all. And I don't know, how many people do you think are just sat in that crowd behind him, Scott?
There's a lot. I was stunned when I come into the venue. Yeah, there's been a lot of people here all week, but this is really, really something else.
They can sense it as well. He can go forward, I believe, through the gap, and then you can see what he's going to be faced with a green 6 in this corner. He's got to land a little low.
Can he pinch back, or does he have to come down? Yeah, he's coming down, like you said. Yeah, speed's got to be good, and it's going to be real good here.
A master with the rock. Always seems to dress up where you would put it with ball in hand when he plays a positional shot.
Yeah, he got extreme check on that, right? Anytime you're using that much spin, a player like myself probably guessing quite a bit more. Yeah, and this was a very, very important rack for SVB. We just got the feeling he's handled it like a world champion.
If you're new to 9-ball pool and you've never really watched it, you're missing out, because it's a fascinating game. Things can change quickly, very quickly. SVB wins another rack now. That's 7-4. If you missed the match before, well, John Morrow won an absolute nail-biter. 10-9 over Tensio. Let's see what the Canadian has to say.
John, congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals. How does that feel?
I feel ecstatic right now. I can't believe I came back and won that match. Everything in my mind was telling me I was going to lose. He won 9 games in a row. The crowd was on his side. I was feeling so nervy out there. I couldn't control myself. Being up 5-0 and then him winning a game. Like the pressure was just mounting, and my body felt like it totally gave out. But he missed that 4 to beat me 10-5, and everything just went my way after that. But yeah, if whoever's got to this stage of the tournament is breaking well, and the break is you control the table when you're breaking well in 9-ball. So
again, congratulations and best of luck in the next stage.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, you can see the delight there, and I know Scott's a close friend of John's. He'll be absolutely buzzing. What a win, and so good to see the emotion, and that's what happens when you have a decent crowd in the room. It creates that.
Took the words right out of my mouth. That's what happens on the World 9-Ball Tour. I don't think people understand until they're in that position, including myself, how intense it really gets. And in this arena, Florida always showing out. But you just heard Mora. He really could not contain the emotion, and he works on that every single day.
Yeah, and it's an incredible story. Mora's got right-handed pool player. I believe it was an injury or something like that, and decided to start playing left-handed, which is just wild when you think about it. And even when he plays now, he breaks right-handed. He plays left-handed, and just amazing.
Yeah, it was the wrong dominant eye, so he was kind of cross-bodied. So his whole life he had to cross the cue underneath to get to his dominant eye. And over time, caused a shoulder injury. A pretty severe one as well. Amazing what he did to switch hands.
Thank you.
All right. Takes the extension just to play the rollout. Tells you how serious he takes it.
Push out called. I don't think Shane will get this one back.
It's a little tricky though. I don't know exactly where do you go. Do you just side rail to side rail it?
Yeah, I think that's the obvious one. I don't know if Shane's got something else up his sleeve if he comes back, but that seems to be the obvious one. Kind of aim the 2-ball on the Aramouth Balls logo on the rail. Okay, oh, he could thin it that way, yeah. Well, definitely had to play the shot then.
Yeah, well, it wasn't easy because he caught a piece of the 9 there, right? So, kind of liked your shot. Turned out well, but I think the purple 5 ends up being a big ball here.
Yeah, he's just got to be careful with 2-ball. Last thing you want to do is pot it off the 8 in the left corner. I mean, that would be a little unlucky.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was banking at this.
In the middle of the hole, didn't touch the sides. Look how clean the blue goes in the drink.
You talk about confidence, Carl. You've got to have extreme confidence to bank that ball in from there.
Yeah, and for all the, you know, the pool players or the amateur pool players across the world, that more from England really, who often moan about the pockets on a 9-ball table. The reason why they are a bit more generous is for the bank shot like that. It teases you into having a look at it, and what a shot he played. If that was like the round snooker style pocket, you just wouldn't go for it, would you?
No, I guess you could say he played it because of the red 3, maybe as a backup safety, but there really was no safety there. He was just committed, all or nothing.
He's here to win his Shane, and that is evident with the bank shot he's just played. Eight 4 now. He's just a couple away from a spot into this evening's quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, it's the Florida Open, Carl, but this event gives me U.S. Open vibes. Really gives me U.S. Open vibes.
Table 2 action. FSR is up against it. Against one of the young guns. 8-4. Kicking at the blue 2. I think he's just trying to bump the blue 2 up onto the left rail. That's all gone wrong.
Yeah, he was trying to catch it a bit thinner and send it up like to the left of the 3 and maybe use the 4-6, maybe the 9. Caught the double kiss. Gangflow looking to knock the 2 out and away and use the pink. I believe. Just because he cannot reach it to chip it in.
Extension. Extension taken.
Let's get back to the main table where SVB is lining up a break.
Yeah, you're right, Carl. He's definitely picked the tone up here on the break shot.
Yeah, since I've stopped talking about making the 1. He's started to make the 1. What's he got here, though? I don't think the combo's on. He can flick off the edge of the 2. Run the cue ball behind this cluster as well.
Does seem like Assis is getting a better layout when he breaks. Is he trying to trickle down behind the 8 here? I thought you'd catch the 4. Just didn't think you could, excuse me, the 5. I didn't think you could clear it.
Yeah, big safety shot that. Obviously, if he gets him welded, glued up against the 8, and he's kicking in trouble. Chance to go 9-4 up, and he's got a foot in the quarters. Now he's give initiative to the Filipino. Playing the bank.
Yeah, can you? I don't know if you can stiffen this up enough or not. Yeah, it was close. Did he fluke it to the top left? It's going to lay up for a sweet jump look. And here's another look. It was real tough to hold this up. Now, here's the thing when you're banking a ball, especially using low, it's going to lengthen out a little bit, right? So world-class bank pool players will stiffen it up with a heavy ball hit or a middle ball. And the harder you hit it doesn't mean it's going to shorten up any better. Big time jump shot coming here. He's got to get a look at the red 3. Heavy favorite to make the 2. And he's done both, Carl. Got a look at the 3 and knocked the 2 down.
Yeah, and at the same time, Ruiz has also nailed a jump shot as well. Every single table, all 3 tables that are in play right now are all 8-4 every single match.
Yeah, Shane just went to cinching the 3 there, really. I think that was a good rub on the green 6. All right, gone to the extension here due to the distance. Got a story about that I might bring up at some point, but another time, another place. Cinching the pink as well, just taking what the table gives him, and I think it's really nice to see, actually. You start to try to get perfect with position when you're including distance in the shot. It can all go wrong.
He stayed down there, didn't he? Because he knew he wasn't going in the middle. So a little bit of concern.
Yeah, really one good shot here. I did think you can just pound up here one rail. Doesn't have to get flat on the 7. 8's in a great position.
Yeah, he's got a big stride around the table. He knows one of his legs is in the quarterfinals. This is to put himself on the hill.
Yeah, and the big eyes are starting to appear. Haven't seen a lot of it because I think he's just so relaxed this week.
Yeah, Jeremy Jones calls it the crazy eyes. He had a little shake of his head there. He's not happy, he's not straight on the 9. You're okay, Shane, you can deal with this one. SVB is on the hill. I wonder how many hills he's been on over the years. 9-4. Table 2, not looking good for the Spaniard. He's 8-4 down. Emil at the table.
Yeah, and I don't know what really happened. FSR made a great kick shot. Had Gangflow snookered. So I don't know exactly what happened to lead Emil Gangflow to this shot here, but off to the races, one away from the hill. 2 rails tight. This is a custom rotation shot that they play. Low outside ball, nice and tight. He might have got into that a little bit much. Did he just drop below the 8 here? Have a decent line to come out. That's how bad it was, Carl. Dead straight.
Yeah, rather him than us, Scott. This is a tester. But I suppose it's a little easier being 8-4 up.
Yeah, but if you're straight like that, don't you at least try and draw it back to the side rail and spin out? It was headed that direction. Boy, oh boy.
Oh, SVB. What's the 4 ball going to do? What is the 4 ball going to do? Nothing. Okay, a bit of drama over on table number 2. Emil, 4 balls he had easy to get on the hill, to get on the same score line as SVB. He's give Fran a little bit of hope. He's got a little cutback on the 9 into a blind pocket.
Yeah, Gangflow played the 8 way wrong. Big shot here for FSR.
Yeah, it's in. I was literally sat right behind the shot. I had a perfect view of the pocket in the 9.
And did Shane overamp this 2 ball? He can still hold. What do you think, Carl? Do you just stop there? Do you come all the way back?
I don't mind stopping there, but It's all about angles, isn't it? And he's got the angle. And I know what you were thinking and what you're thinking. He's just got to get this shot right. But it's not end of the world if you land really low here, because you can run into the 9. Worst case is obviously going up behind the 8, so I expect this to be low. So good with a cue ball, though. It's such a strength to have, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the mixed games that he plays as well. It's really added a touch to his cue ball.
Yeah, I'd have been up behind the 7, never mind the 8.
Yeah, you look at Federgorst as well, right? One of the best cue balls in the business. Shane's really put on a display of that this week. Once again, though, taking the extension off the back of the cue, Carl, gives you a little tighter cue ball.
FSR over on table 2. We've seen the missed long 9 from Emil. That's now 8-5, and he's just broke, and he can see the blue too. He's got an opportunity for a BR, a break and run.
There's only one thing on this guy's mind right now, and that is winning this event. You could get that sense from day one. As Carl said earlier, ball number 1. You can really just feel it from Shane.
SVB is through to another quarterfinals. All in all, another strong display from the American. And he has just set up a date, a clash with a Canadian. A certain John Morrow awaits for him in this evening's quarterfinals. And the quarterfinals will start this evening at 7:30 p.m.
10.
Extension.
Extension taken. Ten. Ten. Nine. Extension taken. 10.
Thanks.
Extension taken.
Extension.
Extension taken. Ten. Ten.
Extension.
Extension taken. Extension. Extension taken. Oh my God! 10. 5. Ten. 5. 10. 5.
Extension.
Extension taken.